Good morning and welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin today, I'm going to ask Mr. Drew Calhoun to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for an opportunity to wake up and enjoy this world that you've given to us. God, we ask that you would bless these proceedings, that you would be glorified in everything that we say and do during this time. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or decisions concerning these cases. At this time, I would like to start to my left with introductions.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver. Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And at this time, I would like to turn it over to the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Phyllis Strickland.
Now before the Mississippi Board of Nursing in the matter of Angela Mcnite. My name is Phyllis Strickland, and I'll serve as your hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the proceeding is to rule on objections to questions or evidence that are raised by the parties and to see to the orderly administration of the proceedings and to ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. Will the attorney representing the board please state your name for the record?
Alexis Morris.
And is the licensee present, Ms. McKnight?
No, she is not at this time.
And this was, she was served as to the best of the board's ability and was also, there was a publication of it, correct?
Yes, and we will introduce that information with our exhibits.
Awesome, thank you. Let's see. Are there any preliminary matters, introduction of exhibits or motions that we'd like to handle at this time?
Yes, at this time, we would like to introduce B1 through B6.
Exhibits, board's exhibits B1 through B6 have been presented and they will be entered into the record this time. Thing is, the licensee is not present. Are there any witnesses that need to be sworn in at this time?
Yes, Ebony Dixon.
Ebony Dixon?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Dixon, is this your Ms. Dixon? Is that correct? Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thanks. All right, seeing as all parties are here, I'll let the board proceed with their cases.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Alexis Morris, and we are here in the matter of Angela Durant McKnight. I'm going to read a little bit of information for the record because Ms. McKnight is not here. I want to give you all an opportunity to review the exhibits and to ask any questions that you have. Ms. McKnight was charged because on or about November 20th, 2024, she signed a consent order with the Tennessee Board of Nursing, which revoked her privilege to practice in Tennessee. The Tennessee State Board found, and Ms. McKnight agreed that she had committed unprofessional conduct by failing to maintain a record for each patient, which accurately reflected the nursing problems and interventions for the patient. She failed to maintain a record for each patient, which accurately reflected the name and title of the nurse providing the care. If you all would turn with me now to MSBN 6, that was the first notice of hearing served on Ms. McKnight. If you would flip over, there was also an order suspending Ms. McKnight's license from this board, and that was signed February 14th of 2025. On MSBN 11, that is the second notice of hearing that Ms. McKnight was sent from the board. And the proof of mailing is on MSBN 15. There was also included an order suspending that license as well. Flipping over to MSBN 16, that is the affidavit of publication, which is proof that Ms. McKnight was published on April 3rd, April 10th, and April 17th, 2025, as prescribed by Mississippi law. I wanted to make sure that I included that in the record as well. I do have Ebony Dixon today to give a little bit of information about the case. And so I want to go ahead. I've said your name quite a bit, but if you wouldn't mind, please introducing yourself for the record as well.
Yes, my name is Ebony Dixon.
Okay, and Ms. Dixon, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Okay, and what do you do for the board?
I conduct criminal background checks for exam applicants, reinstatement applicants, new applicants that are pursuing a license, and those that are endorsing from another state.
Okay, and how long have you been with the board?
I've been with the board for 5 years.
Okay, and are you familiar with Ms. McKnight?
Yes,
And if so, can you please explain to the board panel how so?
through her renewal application.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you notice about her renewal application?
Well, she did answer yes to having a disciplinary action with the Tennessee Board of Nursing.
Okay, and so what happened after she disclosed that disciplinary action?
I did gather the information from nurses such as her board order. And I did send the case for review, because that had occurred within the last 5 years.
Okay, if you would flip with me to MSBN 17, what is marked as Exhibit B6, and identify that document. Do you have a copy? Okay, and do you recognize that document?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that document?
this is a consent order.
Okay, and this is the consent order from which board?
Tennessee Board of Nursing.
Okay, and if you flip through, did Ms. McKnight sign that order?
Yes, she did.
Is there a date?
November 20th, 2024.
Okay, that's the date that the board signed it. What date did Ms. McKnight sign?
Oh, sorry, it
That's
was
okay.
October 25th, 2024.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time. According to the board's rules and regulations, just the mere fact that a consent order from another exists in another state is reason enough for the board panel to issue any disciplinary action that they deem fit. So at this time, the state rests, and we'll open it up to any questions that the board may have.
Members of the board have questions for the board's counsel?
So, I do. It was stated at New Mexico Board, did she have disciplinary action?
That was the initial notice. That notice was amended to reflect the Tennessee board.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none. We thank the state, we thank the board's attorney and the state for presenting their case, and is deliberations. Is there a motion to go into deliberations on this matter?
I'll make the motion that we go into deliberation.
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? All right, we're gonna go into closed session at this time, so this board can quickly move themselves.
Yeah. mental abuse.
Make the motion to close.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to go into a closed session, and now the board will remove themselves from the room to deliberate on this matter. All right, the board will now come back to order. All right. All right, and the board has reached a decision in the matter of Miss Angela Mcknight. This matter came on for hearing before the hearing panel of the Mississippi Board of Nursing on June 3rd, 2025. The hearing panel consisted of Andrew Calhoun, Nancy Norris Johnson, and Beverly Oliver. Sandra Culpepper served as an alternate, but did not participate in either the deliberations or the decision. It's the board's motion that Angela Mcknight, license number R-879487, be found guilty of charge 1 and charge 2, that's all charges, in the complaint by reason of the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. Respondent may be eligible to have the license restored after 1 year from the date the executive director signs the final order. Instructions for restoration can be found on the Board of Nursing's website. Are we ready to proceed on the next one? Or
Brandon. Yeah, it was, they were both.
yes. And the license will be, let's see, based upon the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record of the hearing, the board further moves that the nursing license of Angela Mcknight shall be revoked. The hearing panel hereby imposes the penalty of revocation for each of the guilty findings herein. Said penalties shall be considered as separate and distinct and shall run concurrently with each other.
I say him. Third. Nancy.
Before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing in the matter of Phyllis Kulie. As I said before, my name is Phillips Strickland, and I'll be serving as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role in the proceeding will be to rule on objections, questions, or evidence that are raised by the parties, and see to the orderly administration of the proceedings, and to ensure that this hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. This time, I'm going to ask the board to introduce themselves for the record.
Beverly Oliver.
Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And for this hearing, for Ms. Cooley's hearing, Beverly Oliver will be acting as the alternate. She will participate in the hearing, but will not participate in the deliberations or the decision. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee present?
Yes,
All right. Ms. Cooley, are you represented by counsel today?
no,
All right. You understand you have the right to an attorney?
I do.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
I do.
You further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf. And notwithstanding the same, you want to proceed in this matter without counsel representation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are there any preliminary matters at this time, evidence to enter into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The board will request that B1 through B19 be admitted into evidence today.
The board has requested for the board's evidence B1 through B19 be entered into the record. I'm going to allow that at this time. Are there any witnesses that the board would like to have sworn in?
Yes, the board will call Ms. Tawanda Jones.
Say that name one more time.
Tawanda Jones.
Wanda Jones. Ms. Jones, would you please raise your right hand? Do Do you swear that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Are there any other witnesses?
Please, Ms. Kulie.
Ms. Cooley, will you be testifying on your own behalf?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. All right, so our procedure today will be as follows. We're gonna have opening statements. We'll start with the board, and then we'll allow Ms. Cooley to make her opening statements. We will hear arguments from both sides, and we'll allow for questioning. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will allow for closing statements. The board panel will make their finding of facts and conclusions of law, and we will come back in and present those findings. All right, any other questions before we get started? I'll turn this over to the board attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cooley was terminated from Bedford Care Center, Marion, after she falsely documented that she did a body audit on a patient. Ms. Cooley did this on 2 different occasions, once on October 18th, 2023, and again on November 1st, 2023. Instead of Ms. Cooley performing these skin evaluations, she admitted that she asked a CNA to see if the patient had any skin issues, and she documented that she had done the audit. Ms. Cooley had just received in-service training on body audits on October 16th, 2023, excuse me. This was only 2 days prior to when she falsely documented that she performed the audits on the 18th. Per the policy, an assessment was to be done by a licensed or a registered nurse. On November 7th, 2023, the patient that Ms. Cooley documented she did the audit on was sent to the hospital because the patient's toe was necrotic. You will see evidence today that clearly proves that Ms. Cooley is guilty of the charges against her. And in fact, she admits her actions in her statement to the board. And because of this, we will respectfully ask the panel to consider taking disciplinary action on her license to practice nursing.
Thank you. Ms. Cooley, do you have an opening statement today? An opening statement is typically a summary of your argument in your defense. And then later, when you get ready to testify, you can go into more detail on your reasons for your innocence or you present your side of the story. So if you'd like to make an opening statement at this time, you can just give the board, excuse me, your version, an overview of your version of the facts. This will be your time to speak, to provide an opening statement if you choose.
Well, I mean, it's true what he said. I had spoken to the administrator a few days before. I had just come back. But anyway, I think this will probably be in the other statement, so I'll just wait on that.
That's fine. Okay. Just wanted to present you the chance.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The board prepared to present their case?
Yes, Your Honor. Board calls Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name and your current place of employment for the record, please?
Tawanda Jones, the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you been here at the board?
I've been at the board for 7 years.
Can you tell us what it is that you do at the board?
I'm an investigator here at the Board of Nursing.
So you're familiar with the investigative process at this board?
I am.
Okay, if you would you look at page 4 for me, please? Identify that for the record.
Page 4 is a license verification for the respondent, Phyllis Kulie.
When does it show that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
Her license was issued November 20th, 1990.
And what was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a licensed practical nurse.
We turn over to page 7 of the exhibits. Identify that for the record, please.
Page 7 is the complaint.
Can you tell us can you just tell us what the charges are in the complaint against Ms. Cooley? You can sum them up if you might.
Yes, charge 1 is a respondent practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent acted in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of a person under her care. Charge 3 is a respondent falsified and repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on record. And charge 4 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in this rule, namely inappropriately delegating tasks to individuals licensed or unlicensed when the person lack educational preparedness, experience, credentials, and competency.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Are there any facts in the complaint to support those charges?
Yes.
Would you mind just summing those up for us, please, for the record?
On October 18th, 2023 and November 1st, 2023, while Ms. Kulie was employed as an LPN at Bedford Care Center in Marion, Mississippi, she documented a complete body audit on resident JW with no skin issues noted. The respondent admitted that she relied on the CNA to see if the patient had any skin issues and documented as if she did the body audit herself. The patient's toe became necrotic and subsequently it was amputated. In addition to that, the respondent received training on October 16th with in-service.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Let's start on page 11. Will you state for the record what this is on page 11?
Page 11 is a letter from Bedford Center of Marion, and it's from the administrator to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Can you just tell us what he says happened at that Bedford Care Center in the letter he sent?
Yes, so Mr. Booth sent a letter to the Board of Nursing indicating that the respondent, Ms. Kulie, was terminated due to documenting services she did not render. And he also stated that on October 16th, she attended an in-service on the correct way to conduct a body audit.
All right. On the next page, page 12, will you tell us what this is? It's exhibit B7.
Page 12 is a skin-only evaluation for resident JW.
Okay, what's the date on that evaluation?
The effective date is 10/18/2023.
Okay, and you see where number 1 is right there on that evaluation?
I do.
Can you tell us what it says out by that?
Number 1 states skin warm and dry, skin color within normal limit, turgor normal, and it's checked as met.
Okay, so I assume that it was met on, because is there a not met, or how do they evaluate that? Can you tell us?
There's an option for each item or bullet that's listed. It's an option of met or not met.
Okay, and then if you go down to number 8, can you tell us what that one says?
Number 8 is no skin issues.
So is it marked?
It's checked.
Okay, so indicating that this patient didn't have any skin issues, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then if you look over on page 17. All right, can you state what this is for the record?
Page 17 is a progress note for patient JW.
All right, and what's the date on this one?
10/18/2023.
The same date as the evaluation we just looked at, is that right?
That's correct.
What does this say was done next to the type?
Type, it says skin only evaluation.
And what does the note say for it?
The note says skin note, no issue noted.
It's on the progress note and in the skin evaluation, there was no issues, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who signed this note?
This note is signed by Phyllis Kulie.
All right, thank you.
Attorney Walker,
Yes,
can I ask a quick question?
yes.
Clarifying question. These documents you're referencing in the record now, how did the board obtain these records?
Oops, sorry.
Subpoena. The records were subpoenaed from the facility
This matter initially came to the board's attention.
as a result of a letter from the administrator with these charges, well, with the complaint.
And I apologize if y'all are going to get to that. So I just wanted to clarify from my
No
own
problem.
thought process. Thank you.
No, thank you. All right, let's see. Okay, so according to her documents that we just looked at, there were no issues noted, and both of these were on the 18th, October 18th, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On the next page, page 18, can you tell us what this is?
Page 18 is a progress note for patient JW.
And what's the date on that progress note?
The effective date is 10/2/2023.
Okay, and can you tell us what this note by Dean Bond says? You see that?
There are two notes on here. The first one says that this nurse attempted to call Miss Teresa to notify of injury, no answer, and that's signed by Nurse Bond. And then again at 14/17, there's a note that says this nurse spoke with Miss Teresa Roberts and notified of injury this morning, and that is signed by Nurse Deanne Bond.
Okay, so and this, you said this was on October the 2nd, was that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so on October the 2nd, this patient had some type of injury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at on the bottom of page 23. And is this another note for the patient?
Yes, this is another progress note for patient JW.
And can you state what date for the record? What's the date on the bottom, on that note at the bottom?
The date on the bottom is October 18th, 2023.
Okay, and if you look over on the next page, on page 24, do you see where there's a note about the skin there?
I do.
Okay, will you read what it says on that note about the skin? It's the skin, ulcers, and rashes. Do you see that?
Out from where the category is skin, ulcer, and rashes, it says no skin breakdown.
Okay. So who made this note right there?
The respondent, Ms. Kulie.
And on page 28, I believe it'll have the date of this. Will you tell us what the date is of the encounter here?
On page 28, the date of the encounter is October 18th, 2023.
So this was the same date we looked at earlier that she did a head to toe assessment, correct?
Yes.
And who is the patient right here on this one listed?
Patient is JW.
So that's the same patient, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us on this page right here what the complaint is that we see on this note?
Chief complaint, JW is seen today for dystrophic nail care. Dystrophic nail care.
Okay, and at the bottom of that page, what does it say about the plan and the assessment?
Under the plan and assessment session, for that category, it says perform debridement of 9 nails, all except left 5th nail. The reduction of thickness and length, left 5th toenail came off spontaneously as I cleaned it gently with adult skin wipe before debridement began. Nail bed oozed a small amount of blood. Bleeding stopped after I applied pressure with a clean gauze. And it goes on to say that the resident tolerated the moderate difficulty in tolerating the procedure.
Okay, thank you. And if you turn over to page 30. We tell us what the date is on this one as well.
Page 30 is a skin evaluation dated November 1st, 2021 for patient JW.
Okay, so this was after the ones we've already looked at, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on number 1, can you tell us what's marked under skin there?
Under number 1 category for skin is marked as met. Normal, and it says skin color is within normal range, turgor normal, and it's checked as met.
Okay, and on number 8, can you tell us what that one is marked as well?
Under number 8, it's checked no skin issues.
All right, so that's been marked that she had no issues on this one as well, like we did on the October 18th date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, on page 31, there's a wound management section of this note. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell us what's marked under that for the record?
There are no categories marked under that section.
So there's nothing marked under any wound management. Correct? Okay. If you look over on page 35, we identify that for the record as well.
35 is a progress note for patient JW.
And what's this one dated?
The date on this effective date is 11/1/2023.
So the same date that we just looked at on the evaluation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who wrote this note according to who it's signed by?
The author of this note is Phyllis Kulie.
And what did she put for the skin on this progress note?
On this progress note, under the category for skin, it says warm and dry skin color within normal limits, and turgor is normal.
Let's look over, there's another progress note on page 37. We turn over to that for me, please, Ms. Jones. And what patient is this progress note for?
The patient is JW.
And can you tell us what the date of service is on this note?
The date of service for this note is 11/7/23.
All right, so it's about 6 days after what we just looked at, the previous note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what is listed as the chief complaint on this one?
Chief complaint on this progress notice says skin abnormality on right fifth toe.
All right, can you just sum up what's documented in the note under that present illness?
Okay, so under the present illness, as a summary, it just says that the nurse went in and she saw that there was an abnormality on the fifth toe. The toe was wrapped. She took the bandage off of the toe. It was discolored, surface was red and purple, discoloration. The patient report tender to the foot. Patient's bilateral feet and lower extremities have discolorations and are cool to touch. Keep going.
What were the instructions, or if any, that were given to the nurse in this note?
And there is an instruction. It says instructed nurse to send patient to emergency room, transfer to hospital for further evaluation and treatment.
Okay, thank you. So just to recap what we have there, that's about 6 days after she did a head to toe assessment, it was found that the toe was necrotic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
According to the medical documents we have.
Yes.
Your Honor, I apologize. I don't think I did this earlier. Can I request to seal the records? I know they're redacted, but I would like to seal them just to protect patient information in case anything was missed.
Yes. We will accept that, and we'll let the record reflect that these exhibits entered by the board are considered sealed records.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, I apologize. Let's look over a few more things on page 39. Will you state what that is for the record?
Page 39 is an in-service training record. It tells the topic that was discussed, description of the presentation, and all of those persons that were present for the presentation.
And what was the topic of this training?
The training was body audits.
Can you tell us what the record says, just what about the training?
Okay, the description for the presentation is a head to toe body audit is to be completed on every resident weekly and PRN. Every skin issue is to be listed, such as scars, bruises, pegs, scabs, dry feet, etc. A complete body audit is scalp to bottom of feet.
All right. And so according to this, it goes from the scalp, you just said it, to the bottom of the feet.
Yes,
Correct. And this was the training that they received.
that's correct.
Did Ms. Kulie receive this training?
Yes, she signed on line 10.
What's the date?
The date of the training was October 16th, 2023.
Okay. And if I'm correct, that was just 2 days before the first incident we looked at on the 18th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If you will look at page 41 for me. Are you there? Can you tell us what this is for the record?
Page 41 is a copy of the policy for the facility regarding skin assessments.
And under number 1, can you just say what it says about the policy? You can read it if you'd like, just for the record.
Okay, a full, and this is under guidance and compliance. A full body or head to toe assessment will be conducted by a licensed or a registered nurse upon admission/readmission and weekly thereafter. The assessment may also be performed after a change of a condition or after any newly identified pressure injury.
So I believe you just said there that it had to be done by a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you just tell us the procedure, what the steps are? You don't have to go into great detail, but what they have listed as the steps in that policy?
Yes, the steps in the policy under the procedure is A, you wash your hands, you explain the procedure to the resident, you provide privacy and adequate lighting, you put on gloves, you begin a head-to-toe thoroughly assessing a resident's skin for condition, pay close attention to pressure points, bony areas underneath medical devices. You remove any special garments or devices if it's in the way, and you remove any dressings. Use clean technique unless ordered to remain in place, and note finding. Note any skin conditions such as redness, bruising, rashes, blisters, skin tears, open areas, ulcers, and lesions. You dispose of contaminated items safely, and you remove your gloves and perform hand hygiene prior to leaving the room.
Okay, so based on what we've just looked at today, with the toe being found necrotic just 6 days later, is there any way that Ms. Kulie went through this procedure based on the evidence we have today?
Not based on the evidence.
And if, just a few more things, Ms. Jones, if you will look at page 48. Can you identify that for the record?
Page 48 is the employee termination report for Ms. Kulie.
And what, can you tell us what it's, according to this, why was she terminated?
Nurse documented that she completed wound care on a resident. The toe was found to be necrotic and had to be amputated. After speaking with nurse, she stated that she did not do the body audit, but she checked that it was completed.
All right, one of the last things I want to look at is on page 53, Ms. Jones. Will you tell us what that is for the record?
Page 53 is a statement that Ms. Kulie provided to the Board of Nursing.
Can you tell us what she said, what she says happened in her statement?
As a summary, this is where, when I interviewed Ms. Kulie, she indicated that she didn't do the body audit. She relied on the information from the CNA.
And is that, at the policy, we just looked at the policy, is that how the policy says that you're
No.
supposed to be done? Okay. So she admitted she didn't do the assessment herself, is that correct?
That's correct.
And back on page 11, we looked at that letter from, you don't have to go back to it, but we looked at the letter that you said that was sent to the board. There was a nurse named Jacqueline Pace. Do you remember that?
Yes,
It said that she had documented she had performed body audits on a patient and didn't do those. Does that sound right?
yes,
Are you familiar with that case?
I am.
Do you know that if the board took action on her license?
Yes, the board did take action on the other nurse that was mentioned in the letter.
And do we have that in here as well?
Yes, on page 54 is the final order.
So the board's already taken action for the exact same thing, is that correct?
That's correct, for a
What-
different nurse.
What's the date on that order, if you don't mind?
The order is signed December 3rd, 2020.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state rests at this time. We have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Cooley. This time, we're gonna allow you a chance to ask questions of the witness. This is cross-examination is what this is called. That's your opportunity to ask questions about anything that was just discussed during the questioning made by the board. Do you have any questions for the witness at this time?
I don't have any questions. I mean, I don't deny that I did.
We'll allow you to testify.
Okay.
when it's your chance, but
All right.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. All right, just want to present you that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any questions for this witness? Ms. Jones, thank you for your testimony. State rest, am I correct?
State rest, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Cooley, would you like to testify on the record? Would you like to call yourself as a witness?
Is this the time I tell what?
Now, this will be your
Okay.
chance to testify.
Okay. I never denied that I did that. I had just gone to the administrator maybe a week or so before that happened. And I had told him that it was too overwhelming to have a whole side of the building, one nurse. I said, it's an accident waiting to happen. I said, I need some help. Well, he brushed me off and said, you can do it. When I was leaving, so it's be 7 to 3, I'd leave at 5 or 6 o'clock every day because I didn't have a chance to do that. Well, I'm thinking, and I know that what I did was wrong. I don't deny it. And so I asked the CNAs, because we work closer together, and they always tell me if they had something on the dress or whatever. So I relied on them, I guess, too much. And I asked them, does she have any kind of sores or anything, on her body anywhere? I realized I shouldn't have done that. So they said, no. Well, I put down what they said. So, I mean, I did what he said. And I did have the in-service, but sometimes when you have so many patients and so little help, how nursing is, you just get overwhelmed and sometimes you just can't do it all. So I don't deny it. That's what happened. I took the word of the CNA and that's what I documented.
Thank you. Does the board's attorney have any questions for Ms. Cooley at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. Ms. Cooley, thank you. Will you, just for the record, state your name and
Phyllis Kulie.
where you employed at?
Where I'm employed at now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm employed at shoot, I can't think of the name. Laurelwood in Laurel.
How long have you been there?
About 3 weeks.
Where were you at before you were at Laurelwood?
I really hadn't been working. I just been working some PRN work, like with agency. I haven't had a full-time job.
What kind of work have you been doing? What kind of center is it for?
It's a nursing home. It's a nursing home.
And so just for clarification, and all the travel nursing or agency work you've been doing is for nursing homes? Is that the facility?
Well, it's actually been at Ellisville. So I don't know if they actually call that a nursing home.
Like a long term?
Different. Yeah, it's long term.
You've been a nurse for a long time, correct?
Almost 35 years.
So if we look at me on, I don't think, based off what you just said, you're not denying that you had the training or that you did any of this, correct?
No, I'm not denying it.
I guess I don't have a whole lot of questions other than if you're not denying it. How long did you work at, this was at Bedford Care Center in Marion, right?
Right.
But how long were you there?
See, I had quit because of such stuff. And they had asked me to come back because they was having nurses quit. So I probably, at that time, I don't want to lie, but I really don't remember. Probably about a few weeks. It wasn't that long.
And since you came back,
Yeah, since I had come back. Mhm.
how long were you there before you quit, do you think?
Oh, I wasn't there that long then either. Maybe 3 months. I mean, I don't really, that was in 2023. I'm 67 years old. I don't remember exactly.
So you were there, this was in 2023 when this happened, and you were there about 3 months and you quit.
Right,
Okay. And so when you came back, you were only there for a few weeks. You think?
right.
So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth and I'm not trying to mislead you here, but you just said that you told them that there weren't enough nurses and you were overwhelmed, right?
Yes,
So why did you quit the first time?
because of that.
So when you came back, you knew that was an issue,
Well, he said it was gonna be better.
but you had knowledge that you felt like it was understaffed. Is that what I'm hearing you understand?
Oh, yeah. Well, see, it was supposed to have been an RN on my end that was supposed to have helped me, but she never came down there. So I had to answer the phone, give the medicines, help answer the lights, because I believe in helping and all that stuff. So, it just wasn't sufficient help. And I told him that.
How
But he
many-
said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
but he said, okay, you can leave.
how many nurses did you have with you at the time?
Nurses?
Who all was, were there any, were you the only nurse there?
Yeah, well, I was only nurse on that end. It was like two ends.
So how many nurses were there total?
There was two on the other end, but the end I was on is just one.
So you had three? About
I
how,
had three LPNs that gave medications, yeah, but there was some RNs in the building.
okay, so how many nurses were at that facility total? LPNs and RNs?
It was two on one end, and then there was me. And then there was supposed to be a charge nurse, which was an RN. But then you had, other nurses like the DON, ADON. You talking about all them together?
I'm talking about how many nurses were at the facility, because you're saying that it was understaffed. So how many nurses in total were at this facility?
Now, I don't remember that. I just remember the nurses that worked. It was two on one end and one on my end. Then there was the other nurses that did other things.
Okay, well, let's go.
But I don't know how many. I don't remember. A total of nurses. Let's see, 1, 2, 3.
About how many patients were you responsible for?
A little over 30.
So I guess back to what I was getting at earlier, you knew when you left this facility and you came back, and you knew that you felt like you needed more help and it was understaffed. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that is since you're not denying that you didn't do this audit, or at any point, do you think that's a good excuse? I mean, a patient's toe was necrotic. Do you think that's a good explanation?
Well, I didn't say anything. Any of it was a good explanation. I'm just telling you what happened.
Okay.
One person just can't run a whole side of a nursing home by herself and get everything right and do everything that she can, unless you're gonna stay there about 12 or 13 hours a day.
Let me ask you this. Do you think if the assessment had been done correctly, that the patient's toe would have been amputated?
I'm sure it wouldn't.
So the last thing I have, do you see the charges against you on page 7?
I saw him.
Okay, do you deny that do you think you're guilty of all those charges? Because you admitted what you did. Now,
I'm guilty. I'm guilty of taking the word of a CNA about a patient. But also, I mean, in a nurse home, you kind of have to work together. And I'm not putting no blame on nobody else. But I believe it's more than me that should have been, reprimanded for this.
Maybe that wasn't a fair question, Ms. Kulie. Let me ask this differently. Do you think that your actions met the standard of the nursing practice?
Oh, no, I never said it did.
Or do you think that you acted in a manner that was inconsistent with someone under your care?
Yeah.
Would you agree that you made false entries?
Yes, because I didn't do it myself. I made entries based on what somebody else told me.
And that person that told you that, would you say that you relied on somebody that was didn't have the credentials or lacked experience in doing assessments?
I don't believe they had a lack of experience, because sometimes CNAs are your best people to go to, because they supposed to look at them from head to toe every day. They usually supposed to know what's going on with them. And so, you have to have a relationship with them in order to be able to do nursing these days. But you can't do it by yourself.
Okay, so according to the policy that was at the facility, that it had to be a licensed nurse that did
Yeah, according to the policy. Yes, I did wrong.
so she didn't have the credentials, is that correct?
Who?
The CNA that did the assessment.
She may not have had the paperwork, but she had the knowledge because she was an older CNA.
No further questions.
Thank you. Do members of the board have a question or questions from Ms. Kulie?
I do. So, Ms. Kulie, thank you for being here today. Looking at the documentation, do you feel that it was appropriate for you to take 30 patients on your own?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Take 30 patients on your own. Did you feel competent to provide adequate care for 30 people?
I did when I took the job, yes.
Were during this time period, because I see that it started back in October up until November. Did any other nurse care for this patient other than you?
You talking about before I got there or
Yeah,
during?
during that month period where
Oh,
this
yeah.
obviously was
You know,
going
we
on?
did the-
When I got there, it was an 8-hour shift, so you had people on each shift.
So,
Is that what you're asking?
yes, so y'all do 8-hour shifts, so that means he came in contact with at least 3 nurses per day?
Right, at
Correct.
that time, now they did 8-hour shifts when I was there.
All right. When you gave report, did any of the other nurses give report of an issue with that right toe?
No,
In the notes, it talked about the pink Kobe,
talk about what?
pink Kobe being on his toe. Or
Yes.
how did it get there?
Well, now I'm speaking from a CNA that told me, and I saw the actual nurse with the podiatrist when she went around and she did the toe thing. Okay, when the day came, they all had to write statements. And a CNA told me, Miss Phyllis, I was there when she put it on the patient and she told me the RN's name. She said, I tried to put it in my statement, but the DON made me take it out. Now that's hearsay, but that's from the CNA that told me that.
The only other question I think I have for you, because I see that he was on, or they were on antibiotics for quite a while, even before that toe had issues. So how long had you worked with that particular resident?
I was down there. And that's where I started at. So 3 months plus those 2 weeks, if I'm, give or take. Like I said, I don't really remember when I started, but I do know I hadn't been there but a few months and then it was overwhelming, so I stopped. So when he asked me to come back because they had to let somebody go or she quit or whatever, I said, now, you need some help down there because it's not the amount of people, but this is the acuity of the patients that I had. So there was a lot to do for them. I mean, you could take care of 30 patients if they don't have a lot going on, but they had a lot going on. He said, oh, it'll be fine. You're going to have some help. I got an RN. So I went on his word. Well, sometimes you can't take a person's word. So that's what got me in the mess I'm in.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley.
Thank you.
I have one question. Ms. Kulie, was that the only day that you worked that week, that patient?
See, I don't remember. We worked. No, I'm sure it wasn't the only day. In a certain time period. Like
The day after? Or was it just,
I'm thinking I had just came back.
were you PRN then, or was you full-time, or?
I was full-time. I was PRN when I first came there. And then I went to full-time. And when I came back, he asked me to take full-time because a full-time nurse, I don't remember what happened. She quit. Something happened. And he needed a nurse down there. Nobody wanted to work down there.
Do you normally work on that side, that floor, or whatever?
Well, that's what they put me at because that's what they needed a nurse.
You don't remember, you were after that day, they wrote you up, or?
No, it's been 2 years ago. I can't hardly, I forgot more than I remember, I'm sorry.
It's good. The number of people, the number of licensed people in that nursing home.
You're the alternate in this case?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Thank you.
Well, ask the witness, please ignore that question.
Sir,
I'm gonna ask the witness, please ignore the question.
ignore.
She's
Oh,
an
okay.
alternate. Miss Oliver's an alternate, so she can't participate in the proceedings, so the other board members will be hearing, making a decision on your case.
Okay, she didn't get it out, no, huh?
Other questions from Mr. Cullen? All right, no other questions from the board. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to enter into a closed session
Your Honor, may I give a closing, if you don't mind?
Oh, excuse me.
No.
Yes, I apologize. At this time, Ms. Cooley, are you finished with your testimony?
I am.
And you rest your presentation of your case?
I rest my case.
This time we'll allow closing statements by both sides, and we'll start with the board.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cooley was charged with essentially 4 charges. Y'all heard me walk through those while ago with her. She didn't deny any of them. The burden that the board has to meet is clear and convincing. The Court of Appeals, a much higher court than what we're in right now, has already held that that burden is met if they admit it. An admission meets the burden. That the board has met the burden to find her guilty of all 4 charges, and because of that, we would ask that y'all please make a finding of guilt on all 4 and to take action on her license, much like standard that was set that you've already seen for the Jacqueline Pace order. Thank you.
Cooley, would you like to make a closing statement?
No.
That's all right. All right, thank you so much. At this time, we'll entertain a motion from the board to enter into a closed session.
I'll make a motion that we go in closed session.
Determine if we will enter executive session. And we will be entering executive session at this time. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The board will remove themselves from the room to deliberate on this matter. All right. Board of Nursing is now back on the record. The board has deliberated on this matter. This matter came before the board hearing panel today, June 3rd. Hearing panel consisted of Sandra Culpepper, Nancy Norris Johnson, and Andrew Calhoun. Miss Beverly Oliver served as alternate but did not participate in either the deliberations or the decision. And the board has moved that Miss Kulie, Phyllis Kulie, license number P-255156, be found guilty of charges 1 through 4 in the complaint, based on the respondent's own admission and based on the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record. The board has moved for the following discipline to be taken: a formal reprimand. There will be a fine of $500 due within 30 calendar days from the date of the executive director executes this order. The requirement that Ms. Phyllis complete a documentation workshop within 90 days of the date of the order. Respondent will have completed 20 hours of board-approved workshop on documentation. Also, Ms. Kulie will be required to complete ethics workshop. Within 180 days, we'll have completed 20 hours of board-approved workshop in ethics. For the duration of this order, respondent shall maintain a current and active license. And also, Ms. Kulie, a compliance officer of the board will be with you will speak with you to discuss all this in detail, and you will receive a copy of the final order.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing in the matter of Rashonda Smothers Patrick. My name is Phyllis Strickland, and I'll be serving as your hearing officer in the matter today. My role in the proceeding will be to rule on any objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties and to see to the orderly administration of the proceedings and ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'm going to allow the board to introduce themselves for the record.
Beverly Oliver.
Sandra.
Mr. Calhoun will be serving as the alternate for those proceedings. He'll listen here today, and then he will not participate in the deliberations, but he will listen. And he will also not participate in the decision-making process after this hearing is adjourned, unless needed. Will the attorney for the board state your name for the record? Thank you, Ms. Moore. Is the licensee present?
Rashonda Patrick.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. Welcome. Are you represented by counsel today?
I am not.
You understand you have the right to an attorney?
Yes, I do.
You have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
Yes. Yes.
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes.
Understanding all of this, you have, you would like to proceed in this matter without counsel today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Counsel for the board, are there any preliminary matters that we need to introduce, any evidence into the record or?
Yes, we would like to introduce exhibits B1 through B14.
The record reflect that board's exhibits B1 through B14 will be entered into the record as evidence.
We'll ask that those records be sealed because they do contain patient information.
Acknowledged, and please let the record reflect that the records are sealed. Are there witnesses that need to be sworn in? Does the board have a witness, any witnesses to be sworn in today?
Yes, Dwayne Jameson.
Say that name one more time.
Dwayne Jameson.
Mr. Jameson, welcome. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
And Miss Patrick, will you be testifying today?
Yes,
It'll be up to you if you choose to testify or not. Do you have any other witnesses besides yourself?
I do not.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Mr. Jameson is your only witness, Ms.
Yes.
So today, this hearing will proceed as follows. We're gonna have opening statements from both sides at each party's preference. If you choose to make an opening statement, you may. We'll hear arguments from each side with the board's attorney presenting their case in chief first. We'll allow for questioning. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will allow for closing statements. Then the board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision. At this time, I'll turn this hearing over to the board to present their case.
Good morning. I just have a brief opening statement.
Oh, opening statement, excuse me.
Again, I'm Alexis Morris, and we are here today because on or about August 21st, 2023, a patient identified as ED called Accent Care to complain that he had not been seen by a home healthcare nurse for assistance with wound care. However, responded, documented a visit for that patient on October 18th, 2023. So between October 18th, 2023 and October 21st, 2023, there were several patient visits documented by the respondent. However, it is alleged that respondent did not make those visits to those patients. Accordingly, respondent has been charged with 4 violations of the Nursing Practice Act. And under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board panel has the power to take disciplinary action against the licensee as it sees fit. And we respectfully would request that the panel do so after the presentation of our case.
Thank you. Ms. Patrick, would you like to make an opening statement?
no,
Thank you. All right. Now that opening statements have concluded, we will allow the board to present their case in chief.
Okay, please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
since 1991.
And what is your position currently with the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigations.
Okay, so you are familiar with, of course, the investigative processes of the board.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you familiar with this cause number or Rashonda Patrick?
Yes.
Okay, and if you would please turn to MSBN 2 and identify that document, please.
Okay, this is licensure information for Rashonda Deanna Lasper with a license date of September 11th, 2007.
And she was licensed as what in 2007?
As a licensed practical nurse.
Okay, if you would please turn the page to page 7 and ID that document.
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
Okay, now what are the charges against Ms. Patrick?
Okay, the first charge is that the respondent negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2 is that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the license's care. Charge 3 is that the respondent has failed or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. And charge 4 is that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient records.
Are there facts to support those charges listed on that page?
Yes.
Would you mind summarizing or reading the facts into the record, please?
Okay, basically in August of 2023, while the respondent was employed as an LPN for Accent Home Care in Clinton, Mississippi, on or about August the 21st, there was a call from a patient, ED, complaining that he had not been seen by a home health care nurse for assistance with wound care. However, the respondent had documented a visit for this patient on August 18th. On August the 18th, the respondent documented a home health visit for another patient, WS. And when questioned, the daughter of this particular patient stated that a home health nurse has not visited her mother in several weeks. Then again, on August 21st, there was a documented visit by the respondent for patient LS. This particular patient had been discharged from the care on August the 17th, 2023. And in response to questions from Accent Care, the daughter of this patient stated that no visit had occurred on August 21st. Again, on August 21st, the respondent documented a home health visit for yet another patient, initials FI. This patient denied having been seen by the respondent. And then lastly, another visit documented on August 21st by the respondent in regards to patient RT. This particular patient also denied the respondent visited them on August 21.
Thank you. If you would please flip over to page 11. And for the record, this is exhibit B6. Identify that document for me, please.
Okay, page 11 is a letter from Accent Care confirming the dates of employment for Rashonda Patrick.
Okay, and what are the dates that are listed?
It indicates she was employed from April 3rd, 2023 to September 7th, 2023 as an LPN.
Okay. On page 12, you identify that document, please.
Page 12, this is a copy of the job description / performance appraisal for Rashonda Patrick.
Now, if you flip over to page 18. Is there a signature of a staff member on that document?
Yes, there's a signature.
Okay, and whose signature is reflected?
It appears to be that of Rashonda Patrick.
Okay, thank you. Turn with me to page 20. And please identify that document for the record.
Page 20 is the competency checkoff with evaluator.
Will you read just the wound care portion of that document into the record, please?
Demonstrates knowledge of how to locate and follow AC policy for wound assessment at each visit, weekly wound measurement, referral and consultation for non-healing and complex wounds. Seeks evidence-based recommendations for promoting wound healing, choosing appropriate dressings, supplies, clinically appropriate wound care frequency, and caregiver involvement. Verbalize rationale for obtaining and implementing a physician order for wound care during a patient visit and appropriately documenting care coordination in EMR. Demonstrates knowledge of pressure ulcer staging, utilization of standardized assessment tools, and prevention / management techniques for pressure relief. Verbalize understanding on the process for regional wound specialists for consultation. Demonstrates competency with negative pressure healing techniques and equipment, including application of dressing and correct consistent setting. demonstrates correct delivery of care to surgical wounds.
Okay, is this document signed?
Yes, it is,
Okay, by whom?
by Rashonda Patrick,
And what's the date of that?
April 3rd, 2023.
Thank you. Now flipping over to MSBN 21, will you identify that document?
Page 21 is a visit report for R. Patrick LPN.
And will you briefly summarize the excerpts by each of the patient's name?
Okay, in regards to patient ED, it indicates that they received a call, accident care received a phone call, a notification that there was a complaint filed stating that the nurse had not seen the patient and had not provided any assistance with his wound care. The patient went on to state that the nurse indicated she could not come due to his dog having been out. But the patient stated the dog had been secured and would not be able to reach the home health clinician. But there is a documented skilled nursing visit in the chart for August 18th. As it relates to patient WS, there was Miss Allen was called and spoke to actually she called the patient's daughter on August 23rd and asked how the patient's home health services were going. And she indicated that they had been fine and it informed the nurse several weeks ago that home health was no longer needed. And she indicated during this call that the patient had not been seen since that time. In regards to patient LS, the patient was discharged on August 17th, 2023, but there was a skilled nurse visit that was inadvertently scheduled. Skilled nurse visit is documented that it was completed on 8/21. However, on August 22nd at 2 p.m., Ms. Allen spoke with the patient's daughter, who states that no visit was made by a nurse to see that patient on August 21. Patient MI. Ms. Allen spoke with the patient on the phone on August 22nd, 2023, to see if they were satisfied with the home health services. The patient did not have any complaints and states that they were satisfied with the services. However, they were asked when the patient last saw the nurse, and she reported that she saw the nurse last week, which that would have been the week of August the 14th, 2023. And the Ms. Allen confirmed that the patient did not have a visit on August 21, 2023. And the last one is patient RT. Ms. Allen spoke with the patient on the phone on August 22nd to assess, again, satisfaction with their services. The patient did not have any complaints and states that they were satisfied with services so far. Again, when this particular patient would ask when they last saw the nurse, he reported that he last saw the nurse last week, and this also was the week of August 14th, 2023. And it was confirmed that the patient did not have a visit on August 21, 2023.
Now flip with me to MSBN 23 and identify that document, please.
Page 23 is the agent visit drive time / mileage report.
And who's the agent listed on this report?
Rashonda Patrick.
And will you give a brief description about this visit? What, if anything, sticks out to you about this particular report?
Basically, it has the patient's name, the drive time that start, and also the in-home visit begin dates. Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so on patient ED, it indicates that the in-home visit began at 2:24 and was completed at 3:10. The drive start time was at 12:52. The drive-in time was at 2:24.
Okay, but previous testimony that's already in the record stated that there was actually no visit made
That's correct.
according to patient ED.
That's correct.
Okay, next for patient WS, would you give a brief description about that visit?
Okay, the in-home began at 3:49, is documented as beginning at 3:49 and being completed at 4:25.
Now, according to previous testimony, patient WS, Accent Care spoke with whom from WS? Do you remember? Do you recall?
That was actually with the patient's daughter,
And that denoted what?
that there wasn't a visit.
Okay. Patient FI,
A patient FI, the in-home visit is documented as having began at 2:06 PM and having been completed at 2:53 PM.
and of course, previous testimony also states that.
That there wasn't a visit.
Turn the page with me to MSBN 24 and briefly describe that visit and patient as well.
Okay, page 24, this is in regards to patient RT, where the in-home began time is 3:12 and the complete time is 3:45 PM.
Page 25, let's take a look at that. Will you please identify that document for the record?
Page 25 is the worker calendar report.
And is there a name located on that document?
Yes,
Okay, and whose name's located on that document?
Rashonda Patrick.
And what are the calendar dates listed, if any, on top of that work calendar report?
It's hard to read, but it appears to be 8/18/2023 to 8/21/2023.
Okay, and the company listed beneath?
Accent Care.
Yeah. Flip with me, if you would, please, to MSBN 26 and identify that document.
This is the worker calendar report.
Now, how many patients are listed for 8/18/23 on this document?
5.
And what about 8/21/23? On page 27.
There's a total of 5 there as well.
And whose name is located on that documentation for that work calendar report?
Rashonda Patrick.
Thank you. Okay, flipping over to B11, MSBN 28. Would you ID that documentation for the record?
This is patient information report
Okay.
for patient ED.
Now, is there a document, is there a visit documented to ED on 8/18/23? According to patient ED's medical records?
Yes,
Okay, and what page is that located?
that is on page MSBN 30.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you notice about that particular entry for patients ED?
Is documented as having been made by Rashonda Patrick, LPN.
Next to MSBN 39. And identify this document for the record.
This is a visit note report.
Okay, and is there a name listed on this report?
Yes,
Okay, and an agent name, excuse me. And what is the agent's name on that report?
the agent's name is Rashonda Patrick.
Okay, and what is the visit date on the report?
The visit date is August 18th, 2023.
And does it denote anything regarding what type of visit?
It indicates it's a skilled nursing visit.
Now, just for clarification, we are still in patient ED's patient records?
Yes, that's correct.
You flip with me now to MSBN 56. And identify that document.
Page 56 is a patient data flow sheet,
Okay, and what is the start date on that document?
8/11/2023.
Okay, and the end date on that document?
September 15th, 2023.
Okay, and just for review, do you see the respondent's signature on this document? Or name on the document?
I do not see the name.
Page 57. Will you identify that document for the record, please?
This is patient information report for patient LS.
Okay, now if you flip to page 58. Who were the care members for this particular patient?
The team. The team.
Yes, the team
Okay.
members.
Okay, the team members were Donna Miller, Kelly Campbell, and Rashonda Patrick.
If you would now flip to MSBN 77. And for the record, we are still in patient LS patient
Yes.
records, correct? Got
Yes.
it. Okay, will you identify that document and summarize the bottom entry, if you would?
Okay, this is the patient information report continued.
Okay. And what is the date of discharge for this patient?
The date of discharge is August 21, 2023. The date of discharge. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay.
Those were the notes date, August 21st. The date of discharge was August 17th, 2023.
Got it. Okay. Now turn to page 78. please. And is there an entry from the respondent on that page?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the date of that entry?
There's an entry for August 21st, 2023.
Will you briefly summarize that entry from Ms. Patrick?
Basically, it talks about the wound also healed to the left great toe. Talked about problematic symptoms to be addressed. It talks about no shortness of breath or respiratory distress noted. And basically, it also indicates that it educated the patient and caregiver on the skin care.
Okay, was this inconsistent with the calls made to the patient in this case?
Yes.
Will you please state the inconsistency?
Basically, it was reported that there was no wound care provided.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the patient records in this matter for RT as well as FI, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do those records reflect visits from Ms. Patrick? Well, turn with me to page 92. And identify that document for the record.
And this is a visit note report for patient FI.
Okay. And if you flip that page, there's a date on that, correct? On the visit note on page, I believe it is 80. Is there a date at the top for that one? What about page 94?
The visit date is August 21st, 2023.
Okay, and for the record, whose patient records are we taking a look at? You might have to flip that.
We're still on the patient. We're still looking at FI, patient FI.
Thank you. And what is the date, the visit date listed on that particular document?
The visit date is August 21, 2023.
And what type of visit was documented?
Skilled nursing visit.
And the agent name listed on that document?
The agent name is Rashonda Patrick, LPN.
Will you please summarize that visit report briefly, please?
Which page?
The one you're looking at. What, if anything, do you notice about that? And it goes on to the next page as well.
Yeah. It documents, shows that a vital signs were taken as well as an assessment.
Turn with me to page 104. and identify that document for the record.
Okay, 104 is patient information report for patient RT.
Now, going through this patient information, if you would look on page 106, is there an entry from the respondent on this document?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you tell me the date of that entry, please?
The date of that entry is August 21st, 2023.
Okay, and is there any type of visit documented for that particular visit?
Yes, it is documented, that the problematic symptoms to be addressed. It also discusses diabetes without complications. It also talks about the patient greeting the nurse, denying pain and discomfort. All of this information, is documented on August 21st, 2023.
And what's the agent's name for the visit?
Rashonda Patrick, LPN.
Now, you have had an opportunity to review all of the documentation for the board panel today. And in looking at this, the respondent documented that she in fact made these visits to several patients between August 18th to August 21st, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. However, the record reflects that she in fact did not make those visits.
Yes, according to the information we received, yes.
At this time, I tender the witness.
Thank you. Patrick, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do not.
Do members of the board have questions for the witness? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. James.
Arrest at this time.
State rest. Ms. Patrick, you may, would you like to, you can present your case in chief at this time. Were you wanting to testify before the board?
Yes.
This time you may testify.
Okay.
Have your say.
Okay, I do see where, I am, charged with basically like falsely documentation, on seeing residents. It's a matter of really a he say, she say, because, I don't want to go into really detail of the company, because we're not here for that. But, I just feel like it's just, I look at some of the evidence and I see, where I didn't document, where it was times when I went in a patient home, if I didn't see the folder, I wouldn't sign the folder. I see one incident, I think it was the first one, where talking about the dog. I did say that, but I did go back and see that reasons because the daughter, where his niece did come to the home. So it's almost like the person who was calling these residents, they would ask them how everything was going, everything was good, but they haven't had a visit. They just don't add up to me. So that's, basically what which I was there from April to September. And out of those 2 days, conspicuous activity went on. And I don't understand it. Like I said, we're not here for that, but I do just don't like the way that I was treated with the company.
That concludes your testimony.
That concludes my testimony.
Allow counsel opposite to ask questions.
Ms. Patrick, where are you, well, first, where do you live and where are you currently employed?
Live in Byram and I am employed at Brandon Court.
And can you tell the board a little bit about your educational background, where you attended school, your years as a nurse?
I attended nursing school at Hines. I graduated 2007, so I was there 16, 17 years now that I've been a nurse. Currently back in school. right now, so. Did I answer your question?
Yes, okay, thank you for that. Let's start with a discussion about your time at Accent Care. Tell me a little bit about your work there. What were your duties and responsibilities there?
I was a skilled nurse. I saw patients. Some had orders to be seen either once a week or maybe twice a week, just depends on what they had going on. It will always be a RN that came weekly, behind me. It was never a time that it was only one nurse, um, patient for that week. So if I was not seeing someone, it should have been known then, but, I performed, I educated and, on disease process, did wound care, if they had surgeries, um, you know, just in-home services for patients.
Right. I'm gonna ask you to turn to page 21 of the documentation that is marked as Exhibit B8. Now earlier in your testimony, you talked about he say, she say, but you're correct that the record, you would agree with me that the record reflects that different patients and patient relatives all state who probably have no ties with each other, that you did not make those visits between August 18th to August 21st, correct? The record adequately reflects that, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You would agree with me that this record reflects that between August 18th to August 21st, you did not in fact make those visits that you documented to patient ED, patient WS, patient LS, patient FI, or patient RT. Regardless of what you say, that is what the record reflects, correct?
Right.
Now, why would different patients who probably have no ties with each other state that you did not visit them when in fact you did?
That I cannot answer, because number one, I don't see why I wouldn't see my patients when I was asking to have more clients because I wasn't having enough clients. So it really wouldn't make sense for me not to see the little people, clients that I did have. I don't understand. Like I said, it was just really a thing within the facility itself that I don't want to really address at this moment. But
You're aware that this investigation with Accent Care started because a patient contacted them about you not providing wound care, correct?
yes, and I was notified that day, and I believe that was the day with the dog, and the niece went back to the home, and I went there.
Do you have any documentation to evince your visit that you could provide to the board today, other than the documentation in the record?
I don't.
So you don't deny making these entries to patient ED, WS, LS, FI, or RT. You're actually stating that you in fact made the visits, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, will you turn with me to MSBN 56? I just have a couple of questions about that document. I think it is already entered into the record. That is a patient data flow sheet. Will you describe what that sheet is to the panel, please?
Yes, the patient data flow sheet is based on when you come into the client's home, and you first assess them and do their vital signs. You are to document in the patient data flow sheet. On this particular paper here, I did not document on the sheet. And like I said earlier in my testimony, I did, it was sometimes where I did not see a folder and I would not document, which I can say that I should have not done that.
As an employee for Accent Care, is it the standard to always document or sign that patient sheet when you are visiting patients?
That is the standard protocol, and if you don't see one, you're supposed to give them another folder.
Turn with me to MSBN 124. And this is already in the record. It is a patient data flow sheet. And I believe this is RT's patient data sheet. It's the very last page. Do you recognize this document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did you sign this document?
No, I did not.
Even though it's standard practice at the facility that you worked, to ensure that you signed these patient data sheets, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, it wasn't just patients that stated that you did not make those visits. It was actually also of the patients, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were terminated from your employment as a result of these incidents, correct?
Well, actually, I quit, but yeah, I was terminated.
Now, you would agree that this behavior, that the record reflects that falsifying documentation is is considered a nursing practice violation because it falls below the general accepted standards of nursing.
Yes, ma'am.
And you just admitted that you did not follow your protocol with, signing those patient data sheets, correct?
Correct.
It's also fair to say that your behavior constitutes negligence because that failure to follow protocol and really see your patients it falls within a manner inconsistent of the health or safety of persons under your care, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've also heard today that documenting visits that you did not make constitutes falsifying and making incorrect entries. You know that violates the Nursing Practice Act as well, correct?
Correct.
You do understand that the record reflects such thing, correct?
Correct.
And you also understand that this means that you engaged in unprofessional misconduct, namely that you failed to adequately maintain medical records in a professional manner. And in essence, you made false entries in these patient records, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have.
More questions for Ms. Patrick at this time?
You, Ms. Patrick. Have you ever been terminated from a nursing position before?
No, ma'am, this was my first time.
So with that being said, when we talk about, you were mentioning that you wanted more visits. How many hours a day were you working?
Probably like 5 or maybe 6 hours a day.
That's actual visits, not your documentation. This is 5 to 6 hours of actual visit.
Well, some days I wouldn't because I wouldn't have any patients.
Okay, so just trying to figure out, how many hours did you actually have patient care during your workday?
Patient care, on a good day, I would roughly see 5 to 6 patients a day.
Okay. And how much time for each visit?
You're at least supposed to be in a home 30 minutes. Depends on what it is. If it's a wound care, it's gonna take a little longer.
So what was your average time?
30 minutes.
So you just did the minimum and
Well, if it was wound care, sometime I would be in the house, the home, probably like an hour and a half.
did y'all use electronic devices for your documentation and when you went out to visit?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any type of tracking device on those, on the devices?
I believe so, because sometimes they will tell me to sync my tablet.
So were y'all not able to go back and seeing that you're saying you went to these visits? Could they not link it?
Well, I was never given that opportunity to even do that. Or, I mean, I don't know.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing no other questions,
I have one follow-up question if I could.
I'll allow follow-up.
Thank you. Based on the question that you just answered, you were aware that the board can subpoena documents on your behalf, correct? So in fact, if you needed that information, you could have requested that information be here today, correct?
I didn't know that.
Testified that you understood on the.
Yeah, but I didn't know I could, I really honestly didn't know I could subpoena like the documents.
No further questions.
Seeing no further questions from the board, thank you, Ms. Patrick, for your testimony. Now we're going to allow closing statements. The state to give their closing statement first. Then, Ms. Patrick, if you so choose, you may give a closing statement as well.
Thank you. I believe that we've met our burden in this case to prove that Ms. Patrick is guilty of the charges as alleged in the complaint. We presented clear and convincing evidence that she negligently and willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing by documenting those home visits, when in fact she made no such visits and did not present any evidence to the contrary today. The record also reflects clear and convincing evidence to support a finding that respondent is guilty of negligently and willfully acting in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of her patients by admitting to falsifying certain documentation and the testimony from the patients and their relatives regarding the lack of visits between August 18th to August 21st of 2023. As such, clear and convincing evidence supports that Ms. Patrick is also guilty of repeatedly and negligently making incorrect inquiries or failing to make essential entries on the record, which she admitted so today. Finally, we have submitted clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Patrick engaged in unprofessional conduct, namely failing to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in those patient records. And thus we ask this board panel to render the disciplinary action it deems fit and appropriate under these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Patrick, would you like to make a closing argument?
Yes, everything she said is correct. I can say that I should have, I guess, to prove, that I was in a home that, I should have documented on a patient flow sheet. I see that's the only thing that I didn't do. And out of the 5 months that I worked, only 2 days out of those days, have been brought under investigation.
Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion by the board to go into a closed session. Second?
Aye.
All right, the board will now remove themselves from the room. First, is there a motion to go into executive session? So made and moved. All those in favor? All right, now the board will remove themselves from the chambers to deliberate. And will return shortly, or may not be shortly, but after deliberations, the board will return. Get there.
No,
All right. Board of Nursing will now come back into session, open session. All right, after deliberation of the board, this matter came before the hearing panel of the Board of Nursing on June 3rd. Hearing panel consisted of Sandra Culpepper, Beverly Oliver, and Nancy Norris Johnson. Andrew Calhoun served as an alternate, who did not participate in either the deliberations or the decision. The board moves that Rashonda Patrick, license number P-322676, be found guilty of charges 1 through 4 in the complaint based on the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. It's further moved that the license number of Ms. Patrick be suspended based on clear and convincing testimony and evidence in the record. However, the suspension shall be immediately stayed. It's further moved that the suspension is immediately stayed for 180 calendar days from the date of the final order is entered. The date the final order is entered. The following stipulations must be completed, and a compliance officer will go over these in detail with you. The stipulations are as follows. There will be a formal reprimand, a fine of $500 due within 30 calendar days from the date of the executive director executes the order. There'll be continuing education as follows. A documentation workshop to be specifically identified later, an ethics workshop, and also a professional conduct workshop. All of this will be outlined for you in a final order, which you will receive a copy of. And you'll also be able to communicate with the compliance officer of the board to discuss this in more detail.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Patrick.
thank you.
All right. Now before the board, Mississippi State Board of Nursing. This is the matter of Wanda McCoy. Hope I pronounced that correctly. My name is Philip Strickland, serve as a hearing officer today. I'm going to ask that the board members identify themselves at this time.
Beverly Oliver.
Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And Miss Nancy Norris Johnson will be serving as the alternate today in the deliberations. Will the attorney for the board please state your name for the record?
Alexis Morris.
Is the licensee present?
No, she's not.
And the building has been checked repeatedly and she's nowhere to be found.
Yes, and we will cover notice at the appropriate time.
All right. Appropriate notice was provided. Does the state have any witnesses they'd like to present today?
No.
No witnesses. Any preliminary matters, any evidence the state would like to have entered into the record?
Yes, we would like to enter B1 through B6 into the record.
State's evidence exhibits B1 through B6. I'm going to allow those to be entered into the record as evidence. Seeing as the licensee, the respondent is not present today, there are no witnesses. We have the evidence entered. I'll allow the state to present their opening statement and or present their case in chief at their discretion.
Absolutely. We're here today because on or about April 18th, 2024, Ms. McCoy entered into an agreed order with the Texas Board of Registered Nursing, wherein the Texas Board ordered a sanction against her privilege to practice. Said agreed order arose from an incident that occurred on or about November 19th, 2021, while respondent was employed by Maxim Healthcare and practicing as a travel nurse on her privilege to practice arising from her Mississippi RN license. Specifically, it was alleged that she forced a patient to take medication by placing the pill in the patient's mouth, covering the patient's mouth with her hand, and then placing the patient in the Trendelenburg position. Accordingly, respondent was charged with our board of violating Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529-1D, in that respondent had her license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction. And a copy of that order and suspension is located in the exhibits that have already been entered into the record. Accordingly, under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-291C, this board panel has the power to take disciplinary action against Ms. McCoy as it sees fit, and we respectfully ask the board to do so. Also, if the board would turn with me briefly to MSBN 6, that is the first notice of hearing and complaint that was sent to Ms. McCoy. Flipping over, there's also a proof that it was received on MSBN 9. Then turning the page, a second notice of hearing was sent to Ms. McCoy on page 10 that also included the complaint. And if we flip over to MSBN 14, she was published on February 7th, February 14th, and February 21st, 2025, all under the appropriate statutes for notice required under Mississippi law. The board order can be found from the Texas board, can be found on MSBN 16, and that is exhibit B6. In that order, I will just briefly state that the terms and conditions of that order, Ms. McCoy, was found to have violated the Texas Code, Administrative Code, and the Texas Occupations Code. And as a result, her license, she was given a sanction with a warning with stipulations, and those stipulations are outlined that also include remedial education courses and a fine as well. At this time, the board rests.
Thank you. Would the board like to make any sort of a closing argument?
None at this time.
Thank you. Seeing as the board is rested and the licensee is not present, does the board have any questions for the state's attorney?
Did Texas, did she agree to the proposal in Texas?
She did agree to that order. She signed that order.
She did, okay. Did we offer that here?
Yes. Make sure I have the correct page. She signed that order on page 22.
Okay.
And it was considered and signed and approved by the Board of Nursing for Texas on May 14th, 2024. She signed in April.
Okay.
Any further questions from the board? Anything further from the state?
No, other than the state has met its burden by presenting clear and convincing evidence that Ms. McCoy received a disciplinary action in another jurisdiction, resulting in an encumbrance on her license.
Being no other questions? At this time, all right. In addition to the McCoy matter, at this time, we'd also like to present the ASP docket.
You like me to,
Present the ASP docket for consideration.
you like me to read them into the record?
Yes, that'd be great.
We have an ASP for, would you like me to just read the license number? Would that be best for y'all?
Either, yeah, case number, license number, however you see fit.
For licensee, an ASP for licensee, R-821067. We have another ASP for license number R-877828. An ASP for licensee R-899451. An ASP for license number R-917360. Another ASP for license number P-318269. An ASP for license number 903143 MP. An ASP for license number P-337503. The last ASP that is listed on the docket, you'll see we're still waiting to receive that from the attorney. We're expecting it today. Well, I'll read it in at the appropriate time.
That sounds good. We'll exclude that one from the board's deliberations today. Let the record reflect that these agreed settlement proposals will be considered by the board during its next executive session, which at this time will entertain a motion by the board to enter into a closed session.
I move that we enter in a closed session.
Second. Favor?
Aye.
And then is there a motion for an executive session?
Make a motion to move into executive session if we feel the need in the closed session to move into that. I think that's the first. Yeah.
All in favor, aye.
All right, the board will now excuse itself from the room for deliberations and will return shortly. More deliberations are concluded.
I stand and all that I'm not even changed.
You crack me
Stop.
up. That line's funny.
No, I would say just. Say that we accept them
ASB
because
has been
they're-
accepted on each.
Yeah. I would just. Number like Brandon did.
I was in there like this. Your mom. She said, you and Alexis, y'all gotta pay. She said.
Well, let me ask Brandon.
Hey.
How you want us to do this?
Sorry about that. The Mississippi Board of Nursing is now back on the record. Before we went into deliberations, before the board went into deliberations, we raised McCoy. We were discussing quantum. Number R915535. The hearing panel for Ms. McCoy consisted of Andrew Calhoun, Beverly Oliver, and Sandra Culpepper. Nancy Norris Johnson served as an alternate but did not participate. And the board has moved for Ms. McCoy to be found guilty of charge 1 based upon the sworn testimony and the evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. Based upon the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record, the board further moved to have the nursing license of Ms. McCoy, it shall be revoked. Board also, during the deliberations, considered a number of agreed settlement proposals. And these were read into the record prior to going into deliberations. The result of each ASP agreed settlement proposal will now be read out. One, Carl Jones, was accepted by the board with modification. Ronaldo Gamble was accepted by the board with modification. An agreed settlement proposal was accepted on Jennifer Brooks. Joseph Nolan, the board also agreed with the settlement proposal. Heather Overall was accepted without modification. Kimberly Gross was accepted without modification. Alicia Keys was accepted with modification. And Myra Hayes.
Uh,
Do we
I don't think.
tackle Myra Hayes? We did.
No modifications, Ron.
No modifications was accepted without modification. And that is, those are all of the agreed settlement proposals the board considered during deliberations. Is there anything else the board needs to raise at this time?
I'm moving. Just adjourn. Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a need for a second?
No.
No, we are.